I was late today, welcome. I had a shocking night's sleep. One of those nights of your mind going a million miles an hour. So yeah, I was sluggish to get ready today. Let's finish this damn cape. It ends here now. Some Breaking Benjamin. Get this going. Oh, it's nothing crazy. Just annoying. If you can hear chewing, my dog's going to town on one of his toys as usual, and he hears me talking, so he's wondering who am I talking to, and he wants to be a part of it. Yeah, big old Mackies. Not even close. Had a good day of designing more rules for the game yesterday as well in the latter half of my day. So I want to finish this. I want to have prints by Friday. I won't get ahead of myself though. I'll give myself until Friday to finish this, and come Monday we'll have something new. Hey, Gavila. Yeah, I did. I went to town yesterday. Good few hours. And I've made all the rules native to phones as well. So I'm trying to get around this idea of making things completely printable. Like that's my little tagline, a fully printable game. But with that being said, things like dice and cards and things aren't included. So I'm trying to find a way around that. And one way is making native phone screen resolution images. So you can just flip through your phone like a little rule book. We'll see how it goes. I have to lower the size here. Don't say I told you so. Yeah, this is driving me insane, this cape, the idea of coming back to this every day. Dominating my thought process in terms of sculpting. Get her done. Increase the intensity. Nice, Will. 100%. Yeah, I gotta get the stream out there better. I have no idea how you grow streaming viewership. That's like its own beast. But it's not super important right now. The commercials on Spotify are so bad. American ones, at least. Horrendous. What are you working on, Wilk? You doing like a day job type thing, or are you getting creative as well? Get after that creativity, son. For strand after strand. Staring at it, thinking about it, talking about it. Should be like I should get a sponsorship for like anti-fur campaigns or something. You don't need fur when I'm making it digitally like this. Yeah, last night I went on an absolute TikTok binge. And that was the beginning of the end for my sleep. But there's some really good, outside of the stupid dances and stuff, there's some solid stuff on there. People with small businesses making bank. I'm gonna sneeze. No, I'm not. Scared the dog though. Yeah, good. I feel like I should be vegan, but I don't know, it's entrenched. Bacon, beef, oof. I think if I was a farmer, I'd probably be vegan, to be honest. I think I need to start higher up because it cascades down. It's just easy to manage, so we'll go from like here. Dream of Californication. Midweek already. It's insane, man. I can tell you right now, I'm a damn sight happier doing this than what I was doing 2 weeks ago. That is the maddest thing of all. Just got to make money. And I'm probably going to try 8-hour days as of Monday. I think I'm going to do it. And I don't know. I don't know if it's worth doing 2 streams. I don't watch streamers too much. I should learn from them, but I don't know if it's worth doing 2 different streams or doing 1 stream where I do a high, one of those splash screens, like be back in an hour type thing, just to keep the stream alive. I'll figure that one out. I'm not expecting anyone to sit through a whole 8-hour day with me, but you never know. Keeps me honest. Dan Osborne, I miss you, man. How are you doing, Dan? Mr. Osborne. We're making fur right now, and we have been for quite some time. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, it's intricate. It's a whole different perspective from painting this stuff. Think of how quick this would be to dry brush down and how long it's taken me to sculpt each strand of hair or each tuft of fur. A bit of Agrax shade and this is done. I hope you're well, man. I keep tabs on you on Facebook and stuff, but I try to drop off. Kind of just sitting like a drone on social media for hours. Yeah. Yeah, man. I'm very aware. I want to get a couple buddies try and paint this after I print it, and I know it's just going to be wash, dry brush, done for most of them. Okay. Let's get some of these forms back. There we go. Let's fix some more. Let's fix this stuff up here. The minimalist approach. Man, I'm a slow painter when it comes to minis, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's because I'm putting extra care in or anything like that. I always take forever. So what's the model of? So this, let me show you. I've isolated one piece right now, and that is a set of butt cheeks. Let's hide that. So it is it's going to be one of the first printable minis that I'm doing. She's just like a Leonin from like D&D, but she's also going to work in a set of rules that I'm going to make free with this Patreon. Well, I guess it's not free. It's the first subscriber type thing, the first subscription you do. So basically just making minis instead of painting them. That's my big transition. So yeah, I'm going to do like about 4 minis a month. And I'm just prepping minis now so that I'm months ahead when it goes live, my Patreon or whatever. And just, it's a good excuse to sculpt nerdy stuff and try and make things of my own, you know. So with GW being so close to my heart, you know, it's not just like, hey, because I mean, a lot of those 3D printers and stuff, the people that sculpt just make alternate models for GW products. You know, they'll make like rip-off Blood Bowl teams and things like that. That's not really, I've never been a fan art person. I don't know if that makes me conceited or not, but I want to make my own stuff, you know. So yeah, this is like a weird little game where there's basically a multiverse. So it doesn't strictly have to adhere to fantasy. If there's a multiverse where dolphins walk on land or something, I'll sculpt it and it'll be a rule set. So this first plane or realm or dimension is African plains inspired. So I'm doing this character, which is like a Leonin berserker, and then I'm doing like a warthog knight next. Just have fun with it. He's gonna be like all noble and proud, and it's gonna be like hairy and smelly. I'm looking forward to it. I always like doing uglier stuff. That's why I'm an orc player, or just a destruction player in general. But yeah, that's it in a nutshell, and I'm just streaming it because it keeps me honest. I figure I'm doing this every day anyway, so why not? Why not just stream it and hang out with people as they come and go? So yeah, you might see this. You might see me streaming often. That's going to be like what comes out of this Facebook account more than anything. I appreciate your kind words, Dan. Are you in Oregon? Are you still there? I can't remember. You were on the move. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool to chat whilst you work. Definitely. Portland. Sweet. Shoot. Yeah, this last year, man, has been rough. The job that I left GW for, I've now quit. I'm such a slacker. No, I was not happy there whatsoever, and the hours are getting crazy, and I was just like, need to think about an exit strategy. So I'm gonna be giving this a go for at least a couple of months, and we'll see where it goes. Yeah, and then yeah, obviously the COVID, working from home, it's just kicked my butt a bit as well. But we're all good now. Now I get to make Leonin butt cheeks and stuff. Much happier. We're gonna finish this cake today if it kills me. If it kills me. On tour. Hell yeah, man. I'm down. Look after your little ones, buddy. You let me know if you want to do it, and you'll have to teach me how to set it up. Making minis and painting minis, you can't go wrong. Stay safe out there, Dan. Take care, buddy. No, I've got Restream. So it's on Twitch, of which I have 0 followers, and then it's on YouTube, of which I have about, I don't know, 5 subscribers, I'd say, which were from back when that account was used for like video game art and stuff. That's what I'm saying. I don't even know how to grow a stream really, and it's not a major focus for me to do that. I'm not trying to be a streamer per se, especially when it comes to sculpting. Obviously, people want to watch Valorant and PUBG and all the rest of it. Oh, do you know what? I forgot to do my little time lapse again. Let's get that movie going now. We only missed 20 minutes or so. Boop. Okay. Limp Bizkit in the headphones now. It's time to get angry. Guilty pleasure still to this day. No apologies. Would you like some cheese? Exactly. We've come a long way. Oof, this area needs love. Yeah, I'm trying to think about what I've got left to do on this one. This is obviously the majority of it, but I've got to duplicate that hand and glove. I've got to bump up the resolution on it because I want to add kind of stitching and things. The belt buckle and stuff. And then I'm really not sure. The face a little bit. I think I'm ready to just test print it to just see what becomes immediately apparent. As to what, what's working and what isn't, miniature wise. Because that's one thing I'm still learning big time. Did like an insect character not too long ago, and he was just way too skinny, but he looked chunky in my 3D viewer. Boom, 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 boom. You're working on the iPad right now. Like creative work. Is it Procreate? You won't be working right now. Do you have commissions lined up or what, Wilco? You just creating to show it off? I remember when your page went live. Procreate, that's right. Yeah, that's booming, man. The whole iPad workflow. I freaking love it. If I could sit on my couch and do this. And again, drawing straight to surface like we had already chatted about. That's the goddamn dream. And imagine if you were making enough. I've always dreamed of these digital nomads, they call them. They're in like Thailand and Bangkok and Italy, and they just travel around. They make their money from the work they can do remote. They just travel and work. So cool. Oh yeah, you were telling me. That's right. Is it video game related? If you've got student, I think you were talking about programmers at one point. These ones annoy me up here. I'm just gonna work on the clean ones that I already have for now. Have you managed to check out Crave and Titan Rock, what they're doing over there? That's very impressive. I really feel like I've got like a strong calling lately to do like a podcast for creatives, just talking to people that are making it happen. And, you know, being able to just discuss what scares the crap out of you and things like that. And I would love to talk to Craig. That's a classic. It's the classic tale. Yeah, man. You got to respect it. Going back to Craig stuff. I know he was in the same boat, and we're just all trying and trying and trying. But what he's done, even let's just say that the game never gets done, never gets finished, which I'm sure, you know, I'm not saying that that'll be the case at all, but what he already has is like super impressive. He's probably, I think that's what's amazing. Even with what I'm doing is, even if it fails as a personal venture or whatever, he's got so much, like an amazing body of work now that, you know, trumps anything else he's ever done leading up to that point. Like, I'm just happy I'll be finishing sculpts. That's like such a huge deal for my procrastinating, ADHD driven 5,000 ideas a minute mind. Discipline to just sit down and friggin' finish it. Nice. In a game development capacity or just money making? Yeah, it is. If it's at the same time, the team is what can kill the momentum as well. If one key person just goes AWOL, it's like, The last bit of game dev I did about a year ago, I'd say, was it a global game jam? It was a game jam of some description. And it was the first time I actually had a team that stayed. And I wasn't the artist on that. I was just doing the level design. A small game where you creep around as a cat vampire in a mouse town. So I only did level design. It was refreshing to not have to wear all the hats, which is typically what happens, especially with me. Because you want to make it so bad, you offer to do freaking everything. And being a sole artist is no joke. UI elements and animations and characters and environments and props. What? That's mad. Where's Craig at, man? I want to speak to him. That's madness, man. Small ass world. What's crazy is Modesto's where George Lucas is from as well. The town, Marissa's hometown. There's like a monument to him out here and stuff. And episode 1, the movie premiere, was here in Modesto. He casts a hell of a shadow. There's like not too many famous people from here. Actually, Jeremy Renner's from here. Timothy Oliphant, but he's obviously a huge name. Your boy Lewis Hamilton. Oswald Street's pretty skinny on the ground. Wilfred Owen was the World War II poet. And then Ian Woosnam, the golfer. There he is. Craig, we were talking about you just now. Your impressive work that you're doing. Speak of the devil. Yeah, I'm doing this every day now, Craig. This is like an all-in situation. But It's minis, mini H's. You'll be sick of it, actually. Monday through Friday, it'll be like clockwork, and I think I'm going to stream either longer or twice a day. So forgive me. I've kept the man bun out of sight, though, this time. Yeah, we're on the right path. Can't really complain. No, I was saying earlier, I've got like a strong desire to do some sort of like podcast format, speaking not just to game dev people, but creators in general that have just kind of either gone it alone or, you know, have made something out of their own instead of just getting a job kind of thing. Whether that's because you couldn't get the job or whether you chose not to. And I'm starting to meet more and more people that are in the same boat. But the stuff you're doing with Titan Rock and stuff is really cool, man. It's inspiring to see it. I'm sure I'll pick your brains one day, man. I'll be reaching out. Still smashing Ramstein too. I hear you, Craig. When I was doing the mobile game, I just said mobile right now to both of you, and I know that's going to make you angry. When I made a mobile game, the fact that it's mobile, I was like, it's not going to take long. But we just ran it so skinny, team size and all that stuff. It just always takes longer. And I know that that's what they always say as well. But you really do just way overshoot. So I would say you're probably doing it right if it's taking you that long. I think it took us 3 years, and we thought it was going to take like a year. I learned a lot on that one. And yeah, I'm sure you've learned an absolute boatload of stuff. And whatever happens, you've got something you'll be proud of. Let me know when you're ready to make that Dare to Be Digital game, the 4-player mini game with a superhero, zombie, robot, and pirate. I'll be ready. I'll be waiting. Yeah, you know what they say, fail and fail fast, and failure's growth. If you can take the failures and it doesn't absolutely devastate you, just keep going. I think we got featured on a bunch of the British stores, and that's probably the highlight of the whole experience. It wasn't really a moneymaker. It didn't change anyone's lives. Still super proud, though. I told my team I could animate in 3D, and we literally didn't learn it at all in uni. I just lied to them just to get it going, I remember. I think some of those animations were pretty janky. I'm not even aware of your team size or anything. That's why I'd like to pick your brains one day. If I ever do decide that I want to have a chat with people, you'll be on that list, Craig, too. Because it's just been like 10 years, and you can just tell the ones that are like, nope, not giving up on that shit yet. I've not stayed away from ZBrush at all. Sometimes it's been really reduced capacity, but like what I have now and what I know is just like so much more than what I did know at university, you know, 5 years ago. Like looking back, I should have probably just absolutely focused on it and, you know, had the blinders on and condensed all that time down into a shorter time. But moving to a different country and all that other jazz gets in the way. No regrets. And speaking of not giving up, I've been on this cake now. If I condense the amount of hours I put into it, it's embarrassing. It's getting done today, and I keep saying it out loud to just make it real in my mind. It'll be beautiful to hold. No worries, Craig. Appreciate any time you spend. Go get after it. Actually, it's not the beginning of the day for you, so I guess I'd say rest up. What is it, 6 o'clock-ish? 5? Poppy standers on. Have a bevy, have a brew. Oh man, do you know what? I could talk about that for quite some time as well. I'm not really one to be negative and bash on anything, but I think teaching game design is such a young thing. I mean, it's matured now. Back in 2008 as well. I think you go to university, like the what I got out of it was the kind of thrust into meeting the people and being around like-minded people that were into the same things as me. But yeah, I would say the curriculum, even though I thought it was still, you know, I thought it was a blast, to be fair. It was still designing games. I think industry-wise, that was a game art course as opposed to a game design course. I think the onus is on programming, really. You really, I mean, I guess scripting as well. But yeah, more of the Unreal stuff, more of like what Sean managed to accomplish, you know. Show me how to make small functions and then build on top of that. And that's, I think to this day, I've been a hybrid of both. And I don't know if it's purely because of the course, but they taught me a bit of both. And I think it can be a strength, especially for what I'm doing right now. Like I get to literally make the model and then design the game, like the, you know, mechanics and stuff. And I still use the ideation stuff, like the brainstorms and kind of making two disparate words and bring them together and creates like a, you know, a spark. But I remember when I found ZBrush, I was obsessed with it, and I knew that the industry was using it, and I was like upset that that wasn't a part of what I was doing. And I'd go on like Gnomon workshop and see like just insane stuff. Bit of Prodigy now. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. With the sculpting, I was devastated. We were in uni right around the time the bump map was dying and the normal map was the thing as well, which is an interesting take because like you don't use bump maps anymore. The normal map stores everything from the high poly sculpts. And yeah, my final project and stuff, I was making it in ZBrush. I made like the Troll GDD, which is like an open world. It was like GTA set in a medieval setting, but you're a massive troll and you can like vomit and destroy. And I'd still love to play that game, but it was all ZBrush stuff. Yeah, you're right. I I'm hazy, to be honest, about what our choices were. I know we had multiple modules, but I didn't use Unreal. I went to university in Fresno, didn't I? The Unreal year, which I think hurt me. I think I'd be more of an advocate for Unreal if I'd have learned more. But yeah, I distinctly remember Pete as well, kind of going off. Can't remember that one guy's name, How Rinses or something. Pete would bury himself in those videos and self-teach. I did learn though. I mean, I was like naive. I didn't know any of the terminology or anything. I was just literally a dude from the hills that really liked playing games. So just learning what the term game mechanic was new to me at the time, like at the very beginning. But it's for that bit of paper in it, really, to say that you got the degree. And I do think it's cool that they feed TT. You know, it's like a really good link between TT Games and the university. I think that's really cool. But yeah, out here in these American colleges, it's like it's a whole different. Like the teams that they make and what they're taught, you end up getting these student teams that end up being fully fledged. Same with Abate, actually. You could argue it's one of the better game design schools in the UK, if not the planet. They take that game design course really serious, and that, you know, because they host the Dare to Be Digital, and Kian, who I work with, is, you know, the choice he made to go to that university has propelled him to stay in the industry, and he's got like a little self-funded or kind of backed indie studio off of the back of being a student team. I remember we collabed with the music students for a bit. Yeah, I can't even remember your timeline either, Wilka. I don't know how much of a sore spot that is for you, but I was absolutely devastated. I don't know, it was funny times, man. That Manchester trip was freaking hilarious. And we had a little punt at that game as well. Was it Game Maker, I'm going to say, with my boy JP and Iron Maiden. That was sick. Like, I mean, to be honest, that's what I'm talking about. Like, our pursuit of that little project between us. You were really understanding the logic. I remember I was like, I can't grasp it. And you were like making things work. And we did like an art style that was easy to make fast. But like just all of that was more aligned with what the course perhaps should have been. And that was just us goofing around on our own. Because of course, the first thing you want to do is like, let's make a game. And that's what you should really be doing in university, is making games. I remember collabing with the music teams and stuff. That was a good step forward. I was the admin for the UClan Games and Music Facebook page for ages. Don't think I am anymore. Loads of new students coming in, asking about it, and I'm like, I've been there for 5 years, mate. I got the remedy. Fair enough, man. Yeah, none of my business, really. I just remember it. I was just gutted. You got to do what you got to do. Oh, Jesus. If it's any consolation, I don't think that degree per se has landed me anything particular. I mean, if you look at the house that we lived in, OJ didn't really use this because he, you know, They did white paper from the get-go, so I don't believe he job hunted. But yeah, that's a shitty situation. I think the biggest thing for me is obviously Fresno, the exchange student program. It's one thing I'm damn happy that I did. Yeah, I bet. It's been a while now, though, huh? 2011, so literally a decade ago. It's pretty mad. Like I said, I've never been back, and it's not because I don't want to either. Never gone back to press and never checked the course out. Pretty sure the LRC is open to alumni. Like if you wanted to waltz in there right now and you say you're an alumni, they let you in and let you use the little pods and stuff. That's actually a really good measure, is the fact that I started that course creating art with crayon and colored pencils. I mean, a lot of us did. I just, like I said, I'm so naive. I didn't even know the software or anything. I had no idea. Oh yeah, I never did watch a Preston North End game. I never had any bloody money. I'd piss up the wall or buy like DJ Hero 2 and blow half my friggin' loan on it. But yeah, it was cool. I'll never forget those nights watching Match of the Day. We'd all have a reason to tune in for different reasons. We watched Barcelona beat United and like destroy United in the Champions League final in that house as well, and everyone was like loving it, apart from me. Bolton have fallen from grace. So funny, man. Different Premier League now. Friggin' Leeds are back in it. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I know. Yeah, I saw DJ Hero. I was like, I'm having it. Oh. Friggin' broke as well, like thrashing hell out of the knobs and slider. Back it up, patch it up. Hey. You gotta keep them separated. Yeah, I'm gutted about Daft Punk. I mean, they've been doing it for a long time, to be fair. Yeah, I remember. You all had to pull together. I was a proper sad sap. I've always been that way, I think. Just like, oh, well, I'll live. It's, I'm not going to die. Something will happen. Which basically meant I'm everyone else's responsibility. Oh, man, that autosave just scared the living daylights out of me. I need to save. Do it anytime. Whoa, my dog just jumped in my lap. He had the living daylights out of me. What's up? Come on. You're going to trip my stuff up. Yeah, so you can imagine what my lady's going through. No, I actually earn money now. Or hell no. This is the wrong time to bring it up. I don't. Got a couple of paychecks left. Now, there's so many resources that I learned with this that I'm intrigued to see. There's this Patreon that's going to be the backbone of it, hopefully, but there's my mini factory and stuff, and they're just these stores. And I'm even looking at like printing them out myself and then getting involved with Etsy and things, because 3D printing is not for the faint of heart at all. It can be really annoying. You think how like finicky just paper printers are. We've had them in our lives for like decades, and they're still crap. 3D printing, man, it's its own beast. Sitting there for 9 hours, you come home from work, and you're like, oh yes, it's done, and it failed like 4 hours ago. Pretty heartbreaking. So yeah, it's an avenue. There's loads of people selling crap online. How far are we with this? There we go. Look at that. Some actual geometry. We're getting there. Look at that. It's just this. I could cry. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I keep my failed prints because I'm just so sad that I've spent the money on the resin. And it's irreversible, man. Like toast, like bread in a toaster. Once it's done, it's done. You can't reverse it. Recycling of the material. Yeah, you're right. The logo, the direwolf logo as well. I wanted to add striations, like I said, like use the damn standard tool and put lines in like this. I mean, I'm doing a really bad job of that, but give it some more texture. But I don't know if I will, because with this really getting quite fine, I have to keep reminding myself that this is like the size of my half my thumb. So the scale-like approach, you know, it's gonna be hairy enough. It might not. I'll print it and I'll see. I'm just bothered because, you know, when you go for like realism, video game stuff, this, you know, wouldn't be enough. But when it comes to 3D printing, it's got to be thick. It's got to be substantial in thickness, and it'll just break off. No one wants that. Yeah, we're zoomed in a lot. You know, that's why we're looking at 700,000 polygons, super close up. So, you know, anything looks crap if you zoom in that much. If you zoomed in on one of your Photoshop images, it'd just be pixelated. It's like kind of dangerous hanging out at this close of a zoom for this long. So I'm going to stick with it, stick with what we have right now. We'll keep it direwolf. Don't go to bed. Danny Dyer. Boom, 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 boom. Started my singing. Piece of crap. Well, oh, posture, posture, posture. Oh. I bought this friggin' chair. It's like a Titan size, and I still tower over it. And I want to feel like I'm in a bucket seat. Wow, 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 wow. I'm already really thinking about that. My mind, when you do work like this and you're not having to think as much because you're just kind of getting the details churned out, your mind starts to wander, and I'm really starting to think now about the Warthog knight. I'm trying to think about how I go about that armor. It's like a classic, you know, plate mail, or if I try and go African inspired with it and have more kind of weave or something. Wrong's where I want to be. Thomas Jarvis. Wilco, how old are you now? You're only a few years. You'll be like mid-30s now. Mate, Jar, it's probably the same. It's probably the same as you last saw me, to be fair. It's this damn cloak. But we're close now, mate. We're close. We've done a lot. I mean, if you haven't been watching the whole time, you won't really have noticed probably, but there's just lots of little details like these little cross straps on the gloves, and I added the tail. I don't know if you were there for that. It's sad, really, because there's not. At the very beginning, you make you make a boatload of progress, and then towards the end, it's just all this little polishing. But basically, you can see how flat it is at the bottom here because I've just sketched it in, and then the ones above, I'm actually making it 3D and geometric and stuff, and it takes a bit of time. But we're getting there. A couple more days on this, I'll be done, and I'll be printing it out and showing the world. All this effort for a little 1.5-inch high figure. Your enemies. 32, I thought you were older. 33 this year, though, surely. Still young, still young. Still got plenty of time. Her. No, it's going to be Barbie and Ken style. No genitalia, unfortunately. There's bum cheeks, that's about it. Fair out session. No, we're going to up the sculpting to 8 hours as of Monday. And I think, I don't know, 2 streams, 1 stream, leave it running for an hour. We'll up the ante. Also, I've still got time on my side. You don't know the story, Jav. I did a soppy Facebook post like Thursday last week. Essentially, I packed it in. First time I've ever just quit something. Nothing else lined up, didn't have another job going. Spoke with Marissa about it and stuff, and I was absolutely miserable. The hours were kicking my ass, and the work was just mind-numbing. And I was trying to do this, and I'd do like a 10-hour day with the job I had, and then try and go to this, and I was just knackered. And I feel like I can make a good go of this. And I was like, just let me quit. I've got enough money put away, look after my end of the bills and stuff for a month or 2. So I'm going for it, mate. I'm trying to sell like these minis and things like that, and if it doesn't pan out, there's going to be a good amount of portfolio work done. You skim through my heart port. I don't blame you, to be honest. I can ramble on, but yeah, I don't want to. I'm not really one for being a victim and all that, but the COVID stuff has absolutely blagged my head. I've been stuck. Like I'm sitting where I'm sitting now, like 10 hours a day doing it and just not getting out, ordering shite food and getting fatter than I already was. So I'm just like restarting. Like I get up. I've been doing like yoga. I've been doing like posture stretches. I'm just like building my own day. Do you know what I mean? Like building a day that I want to live every day. Go for a cheeky run. Walk the dog. Just kind of rebuilding it. Bit drastic, but yeah. Hello, Mama. My dog is destroying something. Hey. You good? Yeah, I have been reflective. I just got stuck a bit. That job was shocking. Just wasn't for me. It wasn't what I thought it was going to be. And I think because of COVID, they boomed and the hours were insane. Loads of people were kind of trickling out of that place as well. So like the pressures were mounting, and I was just like, had enough, like a breaking point. So with this now, I've always been amateurish about it. I've always been casual doing it. And this time I'm treating it like that's what I do for a living, getting up, working on it 8 till midday, and then 1 till 5 o'clock. And I'm already making loads of progress compared to when I was just trying to eke 2 hours out at the end of my day. Better energy, just feel better. They have unemployment, yeah, but I'm not too keen to jump on that just because of my immigration status and stuff like that. I don't really know the rules, but you know, it doesn't look good if I come over and then start sponging. Like I said, I had payout from my vacation time, and I had a couple of checks. So my obligations I can still keep up with for the time being. And I'll start looking as soon as I get a decent amount of stuff going. Mum, you said say hi to Darren. I don't know if that's a typo. I don't know. Oh, sorry. You're with Darren. Hello, Darren. I'm sculpting a fur cloak right now, and it's very tedious. Yeah, like you said, Jav, it's just been reflection. You get to 30 years old, and I'm just like, I think I've got it in me to give it a go. I've just seen so many other success stories as well. That's inspired me, people giving it a go, doing their own thing. And I just want to be a massive nerd, so I will. And if it pays, that's even better. Let's see if I can't get I mean, it'll be even more boring than watching this, but just position the camera on my 3D printer over here whilst it's printing, and people understand how it works and stuff. Same as you, Jav. I was actually talking a little bit earlier. I was like to a couple of the lads I went to uni with, I want to do like a podcast that just features creative people that are going for it. They don't necessarily have to be a success, but just to show that it can be done, just to be interesting. It would be something I'd want to listen to, basically. Like you've just jacked it in, and you make, I don't know, you make wood carvings of squirrels and you sell them online, and it's literally paying your mortgage or whatever. Like everyone's got their own thing, and the internet, man, is just obsessed with it. I've watched people doing roofing and tiling, and blokes making mud huts in India. Like you can be nerdy about anything nowadays. Yeah, mate. I would. You'd be one of them. Just what it's like to get music going. And we all have measures of success, don't we? We don't. You don't have to be on Radio One every weekend, but yeah, I went wooden squirrels because I thought it was the most random thing. The most amazing reach out to me after I posted was Becky Neal. I don't know if she'll ever watch this, but she's just like blew my mind. Becky has sculpts, um, molds of skulls, and she pours resin into them with flowers and things. And when the resin's set and she takes the mold off, they're like these 6 skulls. She had the Lockdown Blues, I guess, as well. I think it's called Lockdown Resin Creations, and she's put it all on TikTok. It's blown up, viral posts, and she's getting orders all day. Unbelievable. And that's it. She's done. She's like on her way. She reached out to me and talked about me making a new mold for her and stuff, but that made my day because I couldn't believe it. I was feeling apprehensive and that, and she's just smashing it. If I said to Marissa, I want to make resin skulls all day, quit my job, she'd be like, what? So just stuff like that. It's amazing. You know what I mean? There's people in the woodwork everywhere, probably. I had a couple of people just reach out after I posted saying, good for you, and I should be doing the same. And if you got creative, I don't know, it's tough being creative today, isn't it? Really. They don't pay the bills as much as being, lawyers and doctors and managers of Iceland and whatever else. It's either all or nothing. No, mate, you wouldn't know. And TikTok is a hell of a tool for small businesses at the moment. So she's just full-time packing them. She's got little maps and she like sends them off to all over like Canada, USA, UK. She's full-time. Her house is like, she's got a little workshop where she's got to pack them and order them and send them off. They're mint as well. They're sick. I want one. I'm just in that mood, I think. As I've gotten softer in my old age, just like sort of try and support creative people, whatever they're doing, video games, illustration, painting. It's mostly on TikTok, and I think she is on Instagram as well. Just lockdown, as in COVID. Lockdown resin creations. She's smashing it. I'd have her on my podcast straight away. Call it Starving Artists or something, and just get people. And once I'm comfortable speaking to people I used to know, start talking to strangers and stuff. Because it is massive. Yeah, check it out. Oh man, we went down the side. I've still got a good chunk of this patchwork pillowcase looking thing. I'm gonna save again. We're so close. What's it been? I started at 8-ish. Been about an hour and a half. This whole session could just be me sculpting this cloak, which I'm sure is riveting. The conversation alone is going to have to keep this interesting, I think, today. Should do a giveaway. I should mail one to you, Wilco. You've been my ride or die this week. What's amazing about it is I can print it at large scale too. Like this is a mini. I mean, I haven't put the detail in the cloak like we were talking about, but if I wanted to blow this up and have it statue sized on a desk, could do that as well. Super intriguing as well to see where 3D printing actually goes. That's why I want to be really knowledgeable now, because I just think it's going to, I think we're in the primitive stage still. I think it's going to really boom. more accessible, more user-friendly. If I can learn to print dice, I'll be chuffed. That's the only component that I can't make myself that would be fair. Yeah, isn't it? Especially TikTok, man. Like all the music trends and stuff can help your video go viral. She's killing it. Should order one. Wait until I've helped her out. She was telling me she has a generic skull that she uses, and she wants one. She'd rather have one that's unique to her that I could sculpt for her and have like a company logo indented on the base. And I was just like, 100%, I'll do it. And I don't even need to be paid for it. I was like, you can, once I got my stuff going, she can say that I made it. I can get some of her followers. I think she has like 60K. Back scratching. But no, it's just amazing. That, like, I was apprehensive when I did this. And it's nervous. You just don't know. It might fail. It might not. Who knows? But she just gone and done it. She went and did it. Yeah, any collab, innit, really? I mean, me and you had talked as well, Jav. I know it's always like, it always starts with ideas at first, but then actually implementing it's different. But so many creative people can collab in different ways, man. My brother's another one. Tom's been absolutely killing it with his fashion design stuff. Just good to see. I think it's like the year to do it as well. That's what I've heard anyway. Obviously, with all the lockdown and people at home, e-commerce is through the roof. People buying stuff on the internet. We're on the tail end of it now, probably, but ride that wave if I can. Yeah, no worries. Enjoy your evening, mate. It was good chatting to you as always. I'll be here. 4 till 8 for you lot. 4 till 8. Okay. Let's go back up to where we were in this region. Okay. One at a time. You good? I switched out for Tom Jarvis, one Tom at a time. I was back. I was doing what you left me doing anyway. We've got a good chunk done here. We're close. Do you know what? I might take a break from this cape now, just to break it up, and go back to the glove and bump up the resolution on that and get ready to duplicate it over. I think that's probably the best bet. Keep my sanity. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Because it's still quite low res. It's only 64,000. Actually, no, that's that. 100,000. The wretched are the wounded. Okay, we'll do that. Let's get the hand in there so I just know what it looks like as well. Yeah, let's bump it up. Let's see. Whoa, wrong button. Okay. Well, actually, it would be clasped there. What's going on? There we go. Oh, that's bad lag. What's going on there? I've changed some sort of mode. I'm glad I saved. I got this message. I was subdividing. What is going on there? Let me close. Don't want it to subdivide anything. Come on, be my friend, please. 400,000 polys. We're going to close it. I've saved. Yes, actually, I do want to. Movie. Let's play it, see what it looks like. It's just like 20 minutes of this. Man. I think I will print her at different heights, different sizes. 32 mil is a scale I'm going to be aiming for, but it just might be cool to have as a little memento. God, you can barely see what I'm doing because it's so. Let's export that so I can use it for content. I'm the only one. Okay. Saving that out. That's just like cool for voiceovers if I post on Instagram or TikTok or something, talking about what the hell's going on. Okay, so that's explored. I have no idea what's happened to this claw. Whenever I try to do any kind of sculpting, it's having an absolute fit. Look at that lag. Keep saying it's subdividing the geometry to 6. So I'm not sure what's happened there, but I did save it. So I'm going to close. Let's open it back up. Hello there. It's going to take a second. Yes. Here we go. Let me share again. All right, what happened to this glove? There's all the holes. It is 107,000. Do you know what? Maybe I shouldn't subdivide it. It's that same trap that I think it's super blurry when in reality, you know, from that angle, those holes look fine. So maybe I'll keep it. Don't want to get caught in that trap. Let's put the hand in there. I need to do some sort of buckle for the strap. Oh, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I literally can't remember what a belt buckle, the way that works. So I'm getting reference. I could have just not said that out loud and you never would have known, but. So that's right. Yeah. Under and over. Okay. Just want to draw it in, really. Might be tricky to add that now. So. Wait a minute. There we go. So yeah, again, when I zoom in, I'm looking at this going, oh my God, that looks horrendous. But the size of this hand is going to be like this big. So I should calm down. So belt buckle. This one's going to be interesting. So what I'm going to do is mask off. Let me think. Yeah. Mask off a square. Try and get rid of that. Yeah. It's not so easy. And then I actually want to mask Cute. I'm gonna use brush layer. This adds new layer height as I die on the microphone. The strength is too low. Bump up the strength, and then boom. It's easy when you know how. It can be somewhere with that. Maybe one more. And then I'm going to go to my reference image again. So yeah, you have the holes, and then the little pin comes through and rests on the buckle. So we'll do this. Clear the mask. Oh, I've just realized. Oh no, we're okay. I'm gonna draw the pin. We're gonna use the layer tool again, and the way it layers is it'll actually build up at two different heights, even though it looks kind of janky right now. We'll do that for now. The thing with that buckle though is, no, it should. So yeah, to sell it more, the middle would be raised up. Doesn't have to be completely lifelike, but anything that sells the realism helps. The believability. I'm just going to bump this up more in the middle though. I'll make sure it's a bit more. Yeah. Freaking sweet. Now, so again, I'm getting really hacked off at the resolution, but it's going to be this big, so it doesn't really matter. Or does it? We'll use the damn standard to draw this in more. I'd really like to bump it up, to be honest, but I'll print it and see what it looks like. Break this. Move this. Bump it out. So low poly. Like a single polygon is 1, 2, 3, 4. This rectangle. So I'm not got a lot of geometry to play with there. Oh. I hate looking at it. It is what it is. So we'll use the brush layer. And where I was raising stuff, I can actually decrease with the Alt. Et voila. You have no idea how much this hurts my soul seeing how low res this is right now. I'm in pain. Okay. Okay. I think I want to add more straps because I hate myself. I think it'd be cool if I had, instead of the bar going across the middle that I wanted it to hold on to, I could actually create little bits of string that go in between her knuckles. That'd be really cool. So, let's see. Let me look at my straps that I've got. I could definitely borrow some of these. And the way to do that in ZBrush. We have masking and we have selection too, and I can change the selector to be a lasso. Let me think. It'll be split, yeah. So I'm gonna grab. Let me think. Yeah, we'll grab this. We're gonna split. No. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's duplicate this first. That way, I can destroy this duplicate and I won't care. Grab that. Split hidden. Now we don't care about this. We can delete it. I would then dynamesh. We have this hole. Actually, I don't think we need to dynamesh. I don't care that there's a hole. Let's put the glove back in action. Let's put the hand back. Go back to our gummy worm. Now, this will really be a test of whether this even shows up when it comes to the final print. Overkill. Wiggly worms. Not bad, not bad. Let's scale it. Not that way though. That way. We talk. Super cool. There's no way these are showing up. Maybe I'll scale it up. Everything should be a bit bigger. Not like that. No. I think, oh, there was a tool I could use. Was it Control? No, wasn't it? Yes. Look at that. Can I help you, sir? Is it all well? You're interrupting my stream. Definitely shouldn't be chewing that. Chill. There's your bone right there. And so yeah, Control click the white ring. So cool. Buddy. What's up? What's up, buddy? I'm gonna work. I'm gonna work. Dun, 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 dun. No, Ty, no. You'll trip up. Now that looks cool. Will it even come into play when I print it out? Who knows? Where would they end up going? If I think about it, they'll all just be tied together in knots underneath the fingers. That's why I'm explaining that one away. So the glove, am I happy with the glove? I think so. Less rounded at the bottom. More chamfered. Dun, 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 dun. It is tie, isn't it? That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to save. I'm happy with that. We never bumped the resolution up in the end. Okay, the decision now. I've got to flip that around. Let's see. To the other hand. Okay. I should merge them, I'm thinking. I'll duplicate them and merge them. Let's move this down the order. Get it closer to where the rest of the stuff is. So I don't need that claw. And I did just save. I bet you there is parenting, you know. It's a damn good question. Because, yeah, I want to merge these and move them across. Parenting gets into the subtools, not subtools, polygroups. But just for the sake of progress, I'm going to do it the way that I know. Do you know what? Let me Google it whilst we do it. That'd be a really handy thing to know. Of course, there's folders just like in Photoshop. I need to create a subtool folder. A folder cannot be empty. It always needs to have a minimum of one subtool. They can't be nested within other folders. Tool, subtool, new folder, which I already had open. Hey? I do not see the new folder function. Yes, I do. Rock and roll. Genius. Now then. Is this collapsible? Yes. And is it duplicatable? Let me delete the other hand right now. Wait. This has got to go in there as well. Well, what's in it? The claw, the bindings, the hand. Okay. This hand's got to go. There's so much, to be fair with ZBrush, I really haven't dived into a lot of those shortcutty things. Like I think I've discussed it with you earlier in the week. Haven't really dived into, I know you can have like curves. So if I wanted to do like rope around her waist, instead of me like extruding a cylinder and detailing it, I can just draw a curved line and it'll populate the rope there. Stuff like that I need to dive into, but there's that part of stopping to learn. Just it feels like you're halting progress. Whereas if I'm just working stupid instead of working smart, it's still me working, which is what I'm trying to prioritize right now, to be fair. I wonder if the subtool master, if the mirror is going to work on this whole folder. No, I had the wrong thing selected, I think. This is weird. And got so far. Let's try that again. Please let me mirror. To be fair, I could just. I've selected it. The Z plugin. Subtool master. Mirror, and it is selected right now. Come on, be my friend. The selected folder and all subtools will be duplicated. I am okay with this. It's only one thing. So I'll just duplicate one at a time, that's fine. If it must be done. Shift clicking doesn't have me select multiple, neither does control click, neither does alt click. So we'll just do them one at a time. I don't want to break anything. Where's the visible count? Let's drag this out so we can see what the hell's going on. You've got to come down here, hold the phone. What's going on here? None of these are mirrored. Oh, I'm doing this the really weird way. So, start again. Delete this folder. And there's extra little bindings. Well, actually, no, I'll create a folder with that in it. Left hand. Oh, it's hierarchical as well. So the right hand, come on. I'll hide this. I have no idea what's going on. That's the hand. That's the strappings. That's the glove. Those are the little bindings. That's those bindings. So, I'm going to mirror the hand. We'll move it one at a time so I don't get confused. The straps. Boom, 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 boom. We are just missing the glove. Sweet. Yeah, learning as I work for definite. A cool thing with the glove. Hey, Rob, how's it going, man? Yeah, one by one. That was annoying. I bet you there is a cleaner way of doing it, but I just don't know it. But what's cool about having a... Oh, come on. I can't select all of them. Okay, we're going to Google it. This is a basic thing I should know. Control-Shift-Click. Okay. So... I don't think that's working. Control-Shift, Control-Shift, Control-Shift. No. Let's go into the documentation. I think it's Shift-Click in the... Surely not. Come on. No, that was subtool. It only works when you're in Gizmo 3D mode, which is this. So I'm going to move. We're in that mode. Okay. Have transform all selected subtool mode active. It is active. This is really long-winded, it seems, just to select multiple subtools. And am I selecting them in the model? Yeah, and it did say there'd be hash lines. Unselected will be displayed with hash. So boom, boom. Yeah, to make it that difficult, huh? See, that's something I'll forget if I'm not doing it all the time. And I've just bloody knocked it out. Ugh. Okay. Again. No, they're already selected. Here we go. Okay, so we got there in the end. And what I was saying is what's cool about the glove is because it's a separation. Oh, I need the orientation. Thank you. Oh, no. That's not going to do it. Fine, I'll do it the hard way. Whoa, that's weird. I never use this widget. Okay, that'll do for now anyway. I figured it out. Gotta get this right. I don't know if I like the hash lines. Just put a highlight on it or something. Okay. Seems like a snug fit. Maybe come. Hell yeah. If Wolverine was in the Lion King. All right. I can go out of this mode. No? Please? Here we go. I mean, it was a pain in the butt, but it was still better than re-sculpting another hand. Let's save this, because I don't want to cry. Thanks for dropping in, Rob. I hope you're well, mate. Been a long time. Long time for me and you, but not so much for another Bird Jones. Can't have too many Bird Joneses in your life. It's highly damaging. Can't have too much of a good thing. Okay. It's gotta be that damn cape again, isn't it, really? There's no escape. Fine. I said I'd finish it, I will. Away we go. Here we go. I should count them, how many there are. Reduce the size. This one's quite puffy. I want to make the intensity much higher, less strokes to do the. I mean, it's still pressure based because of my pen. Every little helps. Bit of Guns N' Roses. Make it more pronounced. Everything has to be exaggerated at the scale as well. That's something I always have to consider. They just announced the Thundercat movie. Oh God. This will be the only one though. A Berserker. A Leonin. I had to get some of these minis to my brother, actually. I've told him a million times. I don't know if Rob's a part of that group or not, but they're playing D&D. Get some use out of them. Do-do-do, ba-do-do. Yeah. Well, whichever. I've called them Leoth in mine because I'm just running parallel to the fantasy crap that's already out there. An elf's an elf, etc., etc. But yeah, Ajani, man. The Ajani. Never played white. Never asked about it. I'd always cut with red. Always. Red blue is always badass. I don't know, either red black or red green are typically my favorite. It'd be amazing if I was like, oh yeah, the Ravnica crossover. That's right. Yeah, Wizards are killing it. Wizards are killing it right now. It's about time, really. All those sick IPs. I'm pretty sure they're a subsidiary of Hasbro as well, so it's just all, they just got a firm grip on the whole tabletop thing. Nice. I'll completely put my hand up and say I've still never truly played D&D properly. I've always started one, and just like friggin' game dev, man. The people that are in it have really got to actually want to do it and like stick with it. Not to mention the amount of tabletop stuff me and my buddies play. We've actually had to strictly say like, we're not playing anything else until this game's done, and then we'll move on to the next game, and so on and so forth. But D&D would be one of them. They just take up so much time, and we have so many board games between us that we want to play, Kickstarters and stuff. Wow, 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 wow. Da, da, da. Yeah, we're all over the place. I mean, I run the Warhammer store, so what brought us together originally was Warhammer. But then if you're into Warhammer, you're into this, and if you're into this, you're into this. The one I want to play more than anything, and we don't have to talk about the video game, but I think one of my favorite settings is cyberpunk setting. So I'd love to play the RPG of that, or Shadowrun, whatever. Just such huge investments, especially if whoever's actually DMing. If you want to do like a good one. I find myself wanting to invest my time on other things like this. And that's what happened with my hobbying too. I used to paint a lot more, and I thought I should be sculpting, man. So when I've got that creative juice flowing, it shouldn't be put towards painting. I should put it towards sculpting. I reached out to the miniature sculpting trainee, actually, or the trainer for the trainee position for Games Workshop. And I said, can it be remote, or can I do it from California? He was like, no, we do it in-house in Nottingham. And like, I'm not saying I got it or anything like that, but I was devastated because I was like, you'll have just emigrated from them, I'm afraid. But that'd be so cool. I still think they have the best minis. Citadel miniatures are unbelievable. Yeah, Nottingham. You know it. Games Workshop, man, it's like the best British export out there other than the Premier League. So, yeah, it was on LinkedIn, I think. I just reached out and I was like, I could make minis for this company all day. Can I do it in California? No. It's all in-house, which is, I was assuming that anyway. But you don't ask, don't get. Bro, I don't know if you've kept up with Warhammer. Have I got any here? There's like a whole giant army now. So there's like minis that they're making, minis. They're like this big, huge giants. And the army just consists of like 3 giants and that's it. Well, I mean, in terms of COVID, I think I asked before COVID kicked about. So it's a good point. But my permanent employment wouldn't happen if I'm out here. Because they're obviously all in studio, aren't they? And they collaborate in a space. And so I don't know if they're doing that right now. But yeah, what a sick job. That's like perfectly aligns what I'd want to do. And I know people geek out over them as well. Because that's, if I get cheesy for a minute, that's basically all I want. I want to make stuff that people get hyped about. And if the money follows, it follows. No, I'll have that underneath. I got Iron Maiden in my ears right now. Welcome. California's pretty lax, to be honest. There's certain regulations, but like a full-on lockdown hasn't been here for a while. Just up to people to have common sense. Bum, 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 bum. Cody Griffhound. Adoring fan sliding in my DMs, exactly. No, it is though. That is literally why I do it. I follow Patreon, so people are like, oh my god, they're like so hyped. They get so hyped for the releases. I'm just like, hell yeah, man, that must feel so damn good. Massage the ego. I was just thinking the other day actually about like people that create whole universes. So George Lucas and Star Wars and J.K. Rowling with Harry Potter and, you know, Stan Lee with Marvel. Like, how hard would that be to do today? I mean, J.K. is probably the latest person to do it on that scale. Like, and I mean from bare bones too. you know, James Cameron can just release a new movie franchise or whatever. But how difficult would it be to make like a cultural phenomenon based fiction? I guess Hunger Games as well. To be fair, that blew up. But that'd be sick if you could join those lofty. I mean, you don't have to make Disneyland, but imagine if Walt Disney's walking around saying, "Yeah, I'm gonna, in today's age, I'm just obsessed with drawing this mouse." Wouldn't be having any of it. Yeah, yeah, it would be. I mean, good artists steal and all that, and ideas aren't original anymore, and blah blah blah. But yeah, I mean, I would do another one at some point. They'll never stop coming. I just wonder what it'll be. Just less and less twists. And I mean like true multimedia as well, not just like the latest game or whatever. This is the last time. Should have a little karaoke section. Yeah, 50 Shades of Grey. At a certain demographic. Now, I mean cheesy fictional worlds, and I don't know. The medium's always different how it starts out, but they eventually just, like Marvel taking over the cinematic landscape right now. Now it's TV shows. It's pretty cool. I'm definitely smashing that Harry Potter game, that open world one. Not even really a huge fan of Harry Potter per se. I enjoy them. "50 Shades." That did take the friggin' globe by storm. Mark Lawrence. Am I going to lie and say it rings a bell? I mean, that's usually how it goes, isn't it, really? It's usually a book's picked up. Someone wrote it like back in 2005, just sitting on an absolute gem. I can't say enough good things about the Umbrella Academy books. The art style's beautiful. The story. And that's right up my alley. Like we were talking about yesterday, it's like a zany kind of ragtag team. It's freaking sweet. Prince of Thorns, that's right. Yeah. I feel like that's all it takes really nowadays. Some director's read some book and is like, "This is freaking insane." Movie deal. Mike Pondsmith as well, man, the creator of Cyberpunk. Imagine being approached by a team like CD Projekt Red. It's like, "Oh yeah, these books, this little rule set for this tabletop game, we're going to make it into a friggin' open world game, and it's going to cost billions, and everyone's going to know what it is by the time we're done." That must have been amazing. And here I am, sculpting fur tufts. Game of Thrones, man, exactly. Yeah, you're right. For it to really be a true, you know, like the examples I was given is like Game of Thrones has to now stick around though. It has to live beyond the show. Do you know what I mean? And I know that they're making more shows and all that kind of stuff. What I found is the ones that just live forever primarily were aimed at children to begin with. I know George Lucas made Star Wars for children. Marvel comic books, I mean, teenagers and stuff like that. Harry Potter was a children's book. It's interesting because it's multi-generational. When they rehash the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles over and over and over. It's clever. I grew up with it, so I'm going to show my son it, and then he shows his, and so on and so forth. Yeah. Well, we play that board game, and I know there's a minis game for it now. So it's called multimedia. But my point with that is that's not so much children friendly. Think of all the kids that are too young to watch it that have got that to look forward to. Like, by the way, when you were 8, this is what we were all doing, watching the show. Boom. The Toys That Made Us. I've seen the thumbnail for it on Netflix. I actually follow a guy on Instagram that made the original sculptures for the figures too, and he has like all the original molds. Unbelievable. He even has the picture of my favorite when I was a kid. I had the ice hockey Leonardo. I was freaking obsessed with those toys. That's sick, Cody. I'll have to check that out. No doubt it'll be a Kickstarter. But yeah, I'll watch the show too. That's one thing I've learned. I've got just this thing for toys. I don't know what it is. It's about, like, I think that's what's got me with this whole 3D printing. Something about holding a very intricate, detailed, little tinkery object. Even the materials used, like vinyl toys. I know Pop Funko bastardized it a little bit and made it like extremely, but those, you can get those one-off artists. You know, you'll get like a money from Kid Robot and it's blank, and then some artist like throws color on it. Something like that just resonates with me for some reason. And it probably was my obsession with toys when I was a kid. 90s was so badass for like play sets and stuff. Mighty Max. Talk to me about Mighty Max. Insane. Little play sets from like the Polly Pocket people. I was obsessed with them. All the little trap doors and stuff. There's a good YouTube channel actually, Toy Galaxy, and it's kind of documentary type, and they just go over the toy lines and stuff like that, and they showed some of the commercials and adverts and stuff from a lot of things. Thundercats for sure. I'm pretty sure there's one on that. Transformers, Turtles, Street Sharks. So good. And that's what I need to do. I need to go full nerd and try and hunt down those toys to have them again. Batman animated series, those figures were solid. So G.I. Joe was American as hell, and I think most Brits know what it is, but we had Action Man instead. And it was exactly the same, huge figure. But he'd always come out every year around Christmas with a new type, like parachute action man, kids throwing him out the window, and bungee jump action man, and they just like exhausted it in the end. It was like part-time accountant action man. But yeah, those were sick. The Jurassic Park toys too. Now I'm racking my mind trying to remember the stuff I had. The T-Rex had like really weird rubbery skin. I remember I had a friend too. I didn't know what the hell Spawn was, and he had like McFarlane toys, which were like they start becoming artwork. Then it's like a fine line, and I was like, my mind was blown at the quality of them. Oh, really? Yeah, maybe I remember that. It all came into fruition as soon as Small Soldiers dropped, though. Holy smokes, I was obsessed with that. Had the PC game, watched the movie all the bloody time. And the toys were like supposed to be looking like toys. I am Archer, emissary of the Golden Knights. So good. Oh, wrong tool. Can't believe this is going to take me the duration of the day. I might cry when it's done. Watch none of these get printed out properly, and they're all, it's like too small. That sounds cheap and lame, Cody. I don't think I ever had a figure like that. How much left of the cloak is a damn good question. It is damn close. Damn. My Winterfell logo cloak. The only thing that I'll have to do when I've done the inside is just pay more attention to the outer edge ones, just to give them more of a flick off. And like up here too. But it's so close. What are we looking at? 10:41. I've got till 12, so around an hour and a half. If we keep talking about toys, it'll fly by. Because I'm a big nerd. But yeah, that definitely into the small little knick-knack stuff for sure. Warhammer came into my life. I was about 10 years old. I had a friend that had it, and it was like stuffed in the top of his wardrobe. And I saw like artwork for like, it must have been like a white dwarf or something. I was like, what is that? And he didn't want to have anything to do with it. He had like had enough of it because it cost a fortune. But I would not be denied. I was like, no, let's check it out. Went into the box, opened it up, huge stack of white dwarves. And I was like, what? Those actual rules. Actual rules for the minis, and hooked instantly. It was so cool running that store for a while, seeing the same reaction from kids and stuff that I had. When it clicks and they're like, oh my God, this is insanely cool. Yeah, it's quite consuming, Wilco, to be fair. If I really think about it, if I buy a board game, I just open it, crack it out, we're done in an hour, maybe 2, maybe 3 or 4. But that's the hobby starts and stops in that way. I would have stuck with the N64. But yeah, with this hobby, it's just like you can, all the modeling, making them look good, campaigns, all the games associated with the universe, because it's not just Warhammer and 40K, there's Warcry and Underworlds and all the books. Some of those books, man, so well written. They stand on their own without being a hobbyist. You could read them and enjoy them. It can really suck the life out of you. I mean, if you're into it, bliss. God damn this cloak. I've got my N64. It wasn't mine. I worked with a girl and she just said, I got a friend that's selling it. They don't even want it. Like 30, 40 pounds or something, I think. Oh, in fact. Came with everything, man. It came with all the games you'd want to have. Even had Pilot Wings, Lilac Wars. Oh, God, so good. Mario Kart. GoldenEye. Perfect Dark. Turok. So good. Yeah, man. And I brought them with me too. I brought the N64 with me. Oh, I think one of my family members did when they visited. I was like, heck yeah. Diddy Kong Racing was solid. I don't know. I don't know about that. Haven't kept up with that. I'm jumping on this Mortal Kombat movie though. 100%. Now I got Rage Against the Machine. Time to sculpt angry. Cut the cord. Yeah. That's exactly why I want to. Apparently, they're pushing the boundaries of the R rating, is what I've heard. I mean, that's like saying water's wet. Of course, it's going to be. That's realm heavy, though. It's like another multiverse type thing. I just want to see Goro. That's all I care about. Just give me Goro. If he doesn't rip someone in half, I'll be devastated. Yeah. Surely everyone's got to die in that movie. There can't be a sequel. If they're going to do fan service, there's going to be so many deaths. Or it'll just be over the top violence, I suppose, where stuff that would probably kill you won't. Can't stop us now. Can't stop us now. I don't want to zoom out to see how much is left because I know I'm close. I can feel it in my plums. Oh, is that where I've seen it? I guess ripping the arms off is close enough. Adjust the seat. No way I did before. I think tomorrow's going to be the last day on this. If I was sculpting my 8 hours today, I'd probably be able to finish it today, but I've still got more things to do in other areas right now to get the tabletop ready. But that makes me happy. No, Wilco, I haven't. How long is it? What if I just... I need to charge this phone. Yeah, I suck. I'm looking at it right now. I'm doing it. Do you want to stop sharing, or you don't have permission to open it? You sent it me as an iCloud link. I'll click on the link. Yeah, unavailable. Whoop. You'll have to try and send it again or something. I don't know if you just have it outside of iCloud. I don't know. I think iCloud would work if you shared it again. Yeah. No, I'm down. I just tried and it said it's either unavailable or you stop sharing it, or I don't have permission or something. It's sick you do it on Procreate. Do you know what, Cody? I would. I'm going to do this till midday. Yeah, about 2 o'clock-ish or something. There we go. Let's see if I get it. Here we go. Download a copy. Add to iCloud Drive. What? No, 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 no. Sweet. I'll text you in a bit, Cody. Here we go. Yeah, this piece is sick, by the way. Welcome. This needs to go on TikTok or something. Please load. Oh, come on. It's being a bugger and not loading. Click on it. Let me plug my phone in. Ooh, a bit of AFI now. Whoa. Welcome, it's being a bum cheek. Ooh, look at all this beautiful artwork. I've literally kept it open right now. It's just a white screen. The thumbnail loaded though. You know how that. Exactly. Yeah, man. I remember seeing that and I was like, oh boy. I was never painterly. It's something I've thought about over and over. Just not trying to become pro, but just doing more of it, understand it better. I was always illustration. I was always really thick, hard line work. If I was to advance my 2D, it would have gone more down a comic book illustrator type. I was never that pro Magic the Gathering card art painter. I don't think I ever had that in me. I don't think it interested me. That's all behind. I bet you could. I mean, you're not stupid. You know that they're linked somewhat. I mean, there's obviously the mixing of the paints and keeping the paint alive on your palette and all that crap, but I don't know, just the indefinite nature as one color blends into another, and I'm just needing like lines, like boom. Even the way I sculpt is the same. I've obviously sketched it out in a way, but I think my mind works better in 3D space. Like painting and drawing is trying to trick the eye to see things, to make it look realistic in a 2D, whereas 3D you're actually kind of just building it from like it is. I'm not pretending that these are scaled, you know. They actually are. There's just something about that for me. I take comfort in it. And then thinking in 3D. Thinking how do I represent hair and stuff like that is way more interesting for me. Miss Meta, can I? You could learn to paint, especially with the Games Workshop stuff. It's broken down into systems, and obviously you get taught a certain way. Paints have different roles that they play. It's kind of paint by numbers almost in terms of, I mean, there are ways to do it your own way, and you can start going crazy and being artistic. But if you wanted minis to just look good, Games Workshop have implemented a system that if you followed it, they would look good. And I haven't really deviated from Citadel paints. There's a lot of them out there. Now, when I print her out, I want to give her to a few people to paint. I know people that are fairly decent, and then just close friends too. To be on my way. Wow. Mm-hmm. Yeah, tattooing. That can be stylistic as well, though, I imagine. Some people are getting like painter bit levels of art on people's bodies that I've seen on Instagram and stuff. It's like to step up. I think with the way I've done it, painting is like being good at all aspects of art, I think, right? Like lighting, I don't know, color theory and all that. I feel like when you go a certain style, like comic book style, or like the line work dominates all the other aspects. Whereas line work in painting is in check. It's as strong a feature as any other part of art, tone and value. And yeah, it's interesting to think about. I remember being in school and like liking art and having an affinity for it, but not wanting to draw. I don't want to draw a bowl of fruit. I don't want to sketch a banana at all. There's way cooler stuff. Hence the fictional stuff. I mean, here I am doing this tufts of fur, but it's a part of a cooler thing. I might do a banana man. Screw it. I'll do a fruit-based realm. Vegetables versus fruit and an eternal struggle for dominance of the digestive tract. Exactly, yeah. The penciler and yeah. That's one thing with this 3D, like a lot of my stuff, I would say the sculpts are up there. You know, if I'm not going to toot the horn or anything, but I'm knocking on the door in terms of professional. But then when it comes to color and UV map and a texture, and I'm just like, oh, so not bothered about UV unwrapping a whole. Like if I had to UV this character right now, it would kill me. To I've got to get the cloak and unravel it and make sure all the UVs are spaced out. And it's just like this. It's mental to me. I remember to this day, I remember learning about that in uni. Like this is how we texture, and I was like, this is punishment for something I've done in a past life because it's so numbing. The technical aspect of it. Let's save. Go on, Vice. Is you're too nice. Yeah, Banana Man. Banana. I remember seeing a sick comic, but this is the kind of ideas I want to like embody. I saw a sick web comic once, and it was robot fighting, but the robots were powered by freestyle rapping. It was so good. I'll have to try and find it. So these two dudes are just, I mean, it's comic books, so you're basically reading speech bubbles after speech bubbles, but the whole universe vibe. This guy's like spitting fat bars, the crowd goes ape shit, and then the robot does like a Stone Cold Stunner or something. Such a cool idea. So strange. Do more stuff like that. Yeah, AI is always scary. I'll tell you what's insane in terms of environment stuff as well is photogrammetry. These cameras that can capture a bit like Google Maps when you zoom in and there's little blocky trees and stuff actually in 3D. Some of the stuff that they can do now is unbelievable. Like it really is. There's like no point in me sitting there and paying like an environment artist to try and like model like a broken, dilapidated wall. Because if you find one in real life, you can take a photogram shot. It's already textured and it's just insane. And like it's becoming more prominent in job roles to have that experience. And that was one thing that never interested me with environment art either. A character has character, funnily enough. And so it makes it more interesting to sculpt. You can do faces and they're a focal point. Whereas like an environment, it's like you're working for Rockstar on a GTA game. It's like, yeah, we need you to model 7 different types of bins, 4 textures for the road, you know, trash bags, 7 variants. Let me know when you're finished. It's like, oh, that's like drawing the banana in art class for me. It's like, that's so boring. I got real picky with my art. Like, that's when I just knew like more and more, like I'm not that bothered about game art per se, unless it was characters and the character artists get paid. You know, they work their way up, they're masters of anatomy and stuff like that. So I kind of accepted that I probably won't be working in a 3D capacity for video games because I just don't want to. Yeah, I mean, I'd cut corners and all sorts. Anyone that's made video game assets just needs to go to boot up any open world game and just scrutinize. It's like, oh, I worked on a Spider-Man game. No way. What did you make? Oh, it was really cool. I made 3 lampposts. That bench is mine, I'll have you know. And then 7 different types of traffic lights as well. It was sick. It's like, oh, right. Great. And I'm not belittling anyone that actually has a job full of insomnia because that's sick. But it's just like my own realization. I was just like, yeah, it sounds awesome. But I don't think I'd want to do that every day. I wouldn't be passionate about it so much. Dioramas are different. If I knew that I was responsible for a whole little scene, but then that gets more into level design at that point. It must be much, yeah. In fact, the like level designer gets to not have to model all that stuff, but then gets to play some and create the environment. Way more rewarding. Exactly. So yeah, that's me, mate. What you think? I've made it. But it all came down. Can't believe this is a 4-hour session on the Cape, more or less. Holy smokes. When to be fair, I shot myself in the foot a few times, a few learning experiences. I moved the cape around after adding the details, which big no-no for this very reason. So I'm not going to hate too much on it. I did what I must do. We'll stay there with it. That's what I was rewarding on when I was making rock as well, because I made it known that I'd rather be a designer and like my 3D art is what kind of got me in the door. So I was able to do the environments artistically and lay them out, and we discussed as a team. But I got a good swing at creating puzzles and working with the programmer and stuff. That was really rewarding. I don't mind if it's like that. No worries, Wilco. I've got 50 minutes, 5-0. I'll whittle away. It's good chatting to you as always. We'll see if I catch you later on. We are getting very close now. Oh yeah, you showed me a portrait. I remember. It's just one of those things. Like if you did it every day, like I'm going to sculpt now, you know, every day, I'm going to get better. I think that is it with art. I think it has an emphasis too much that people say, oh, they're just talented. But you can study. The ZBrush has got the technical side of it where I'm learning tools that help me do stuff. But all in all, if you're a good sculptor with clay in real life, you're going to kick ass at ZBrush. So if you, yeah, it's just priorities. If you drew every day, if you did portraits every day, you just get better and better. It's like a muscle. And that's what I've always wanted to do, is just be like pure sculpting every day, because I think I can reach a level eventually. We'll carry on. We'll carry on. I have the gift. Yeah, when you do a observational drawing, it's just learning how to see, how to actually record. If you really break it down to what it is, recording what you see in front of you, not what you think you see. And that applies to all art for sure. For a long time, I never even used reference. I for some reason, I have no idea why, but I thought it was like cheating. Like if you can't do it from your imagination or your memory, it's not art. You're just copying what you see. But that is literally what it is. Everything stems from something. No, I'm not famous yet. It's a trickle between 2 and 5. We got 1 on Twitch. We got you on YouTube. We got 2 on Facebook. It could be people just left the computer on. The engagement isn't as strong, but I try to talk to myself as best I can, because I mean, I don't know who is sticking around to watch this, because it's literally just been fur cape for 4 hours. But yeah, it's good to be able to do this for hours and hours a day instead of just little bits here and there, here and there. And like I said, next week I'm going to jump up to 8 hours a day, and then we're really going to see some progress. Yeah, exactly. But even everything, like, you should just use reference all the time. Even if you're making an alien, there's anatomy that you'll have to follow to ground it in realism. So you need to know your anatomy. You can't just say, oh, it's an alien, so I can just make the anatomy up. People just won't believe it, or it'll just look amateurish and stuff. But yeah, when I was younger, man, I was like, nope. Yeah, me chatting to myself. It's my therapy. Like I've said earlier, it's just like, I know I'm going to be doing this anyway. Why not stream it? And it's already been amazing, to be fair. I've had a lot of people I haven't spoke to in a very long time. Wilco has been on with me every day. I haven't spoke to Wilco properly before this week for years. So it's been rewarding, even if it'll only ever be 3 people at a time. We're close, Cody. Yeah. I'm not expecting anyone to stick around. We're so close here. This has been a test of mental fortitude. Cody, you'll be holding it this weekend, or I don't know, some point soon, very, very soon. You'll be holding it in your hands. I'm really tempted to print it tonight, to be fair. Really tempted, even though I've probably got a few more tweaks I should be doing. It might inform me tomorrow to be like, if I print it tonight and look at what's come out well and what hasn't, that can inform my sculpting tomorrow. So maybe I will. I'll just run it. I took it back into another dimension. Play close attention. Pig night. So with the 3D printer I have, I was explaining how like the light beams the vat over and over. You can choose the layer height in microns, and I believe the photon that I have goes to 0.02 microns. So there's a lot of factors that go into it. Obviously the size. If I was printing a massive castle, there'd be more print layers, more layers to the cake, if you like. So to be honest, I'm going to try and print her quite frosty, quite high detail. So at 0.2, I imagine it's probably going to take about 4 hours ish, maybe. She's only a small. You know, I'm thinking about when I do the creatures, man, and they're going to be big base. Those will take probably like 9 to 10, something like that. I'm condescending to outer space. Yeah. Damn thin. I mean, it's light. And the layer height really is to do with the mechanism of the arm. The build plate, I forget what my camera is, but the build plate that's just dipping up and down is on like a rail. So all it is like the limit, really. I mean, I've never designed my own 3D printer before, but understanding it as much as I do, it's all down to how, you know, how small increments the mechanical arm can dunk it over and over. And that's what I tell people. The FDM printers are the big ones with the big spool of plastic. Those are great for making big trays or, I don't know, components. If you wanted a prototype like something like this, like a VR handle or whatever, like make it en masse in big sizes. But when it comes to minis, you need the detail, and it takes a long time, and it takes that micron layer. The best ones I've seen, because I follow YouTubers that do it and stuff, they're sort of not really commercial. Sorry. Well, yeah, commercials though. They're not home. You know, it's not a home desktop. It's like the BIM supercomputer. There's like $10,000 ones that are typically used for companies like dental companies that need high precision, like teeth sculpts and things like that. But there's a dude on, is it on Fiverr or Upwork or something? He's like freelance, and he'll print your models for you with one of these 10 grand machines, and it's just like, it's like a master copy every time. Typically what someone like me would do is, if I wanted to mass produce these in resin, I would print one myself, clean it up, and then create molds from that, and then you can just mass produce resin minis. But yeah, this 10 grand printer, you just print them out over and over, top quality. See if I get enough patrons, start making $10,000, I'll buy one. I think I'm going to deliver these myself as well, and I think I want to print them for people, and I'll sell them Etsy and stuff like that. So I'll design and print. And what would be sick is to get a print farm going, get more than one. But the other cool thing about the 3D print, because it's a bed and it's got light, if you put 10, how do I put it? if I've got space to fit 10 of this character on the plate, it doesn't add any more time to the production because the beam of light, I mean, it lights everything over and over. Yeah. Have your smoke, Wilco. You're good. Yeah, the Warthog Knight's going to be so cool, man. He's going to be more defensive, if anything. And he's going to have a lance, so his range is going to be better. Poor Romba. You again finds you from my creator. Dipping speed, ramming speed. Yeah, that'd be so cool though. If I got more than one printer and I could just, I was looking at packaging companies the other day and stuff as well. I could make like really cool custom packages and it'd be a bit of an unboxing experience and stuff. It'd be super cool. One step at a time though. No, I'm not going to be goofy. There's going to be an air of comedy because like warthogs aren't the noblest of creatures in the first place, but I can make them. And because they're humanoid, I have things like posture and stance that I can breathe life into it. But yeah, I want them to be, when I think of a warthog, obviously the big tusks and stuff, but the like tough little swines, literally. So he's like a defensive powerhouse. And he will have a bit of a belly. He'll have a bit of, he's well lived. He eats well. Yeah. From my creator. We're around, well, we got half an hour of sculpting left, and I'm barely going to make it, I reckon. I don't think I will. That's going to be the plan. I'll print him and I'll show him off on the stream tomorrow. Print her, I should say. Show me how to love. Yeah. I don't know if I want to give him like a badass visor so you don't really see his face. Like design a type of helm that would fit on his head. Have like the tusks coming through. I don't have to play around with the designs. Boom, 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 boom. Or I could have him helmless to sell the fact that he's a warthog more. Otherwise, people might just be like, that's a weird fat dude with tusks in his helm. Go now. Woohoo! We are close. Yeah. Where? They. Boar helm. Yeah. I don't want to play with it. Play around with the idea of it. Entertain us. Here we are now. And contagious. Here we are now. Kurt Cobain's got me through this. Play yourself in what way? What do you mean? Like you want a miniature review? Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I see what you're saying. You align with it more than a feline berserker character. I just looking forward to, being 6 months deep into this project and seeing the eclectic mix. That multiverse thing, man, is strong. I've just really started thinking about where it's popping up. I've just thought, like, obviously the multiverse of madness with Marvel. We already had the Spider-Verse, which is amazing. Magic the Gathering have done it for a while. Mortal Kombat's done the multi-realm thing. That collision of worlds, though, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, I think I want to do 2 realms worth of minis first before I go on Patreon. maybe I'll do the first set and then actually go live with it and start sculpting the second set as the first one is live. And then I honestly think I'm set in stone with the second round being based on dog breeds. I think it gives me a chance to immortalize Kai as a miniature, but I just think it's a cool idea, and I'll have to come up with a background for the realm itself. So I can work on the second set of minis whilst the Patreon is live with the first set that's available. But there's so many assets I need to make. I want to do fight posters. Every time I release the next two fighters, I want them like squaring off in like a fight poster style. So I've got a lot of admin art to do. Art that isn't actually just these sculpts, but little banners and profile pictures, and it's going to be a couple months off either way, just because I still need to make sure the game works and everything before I get ahead of myself. It's going to be exciting times. I'm going to test it on Friday. Test the game heavy with the iteration that I've come up with. I've figured out the beast, like the arena beast mechanics. I did that yesterday, as well as the crowd fervor mechanic. And I just need to kind of make the little cardboard assets and roll the dice a couple of times on my own, just to see if nothing's completely broken that would stop us from having fun with it Friday, hopefully. She never had it all. Husband's a CPA. Well, I'm doing the bottom tufts of hair on the cape. That's a damn good sign. Damn good. I have got 25 minutes. I think I'm actually going to do it. I think I'm going to manage to finish this cape. There'll be tweaks that will be needed eventually, but the actual texturing of each tuft of hair, I think we're golden. So this one's for Kevin Davis, who's sick of seeing it. This one's for you, Kevin. Come on. That's a good point to save, actually. That would break my heart. I haven't had a good crash in a while. If I stick to stuff that I know I'm doing, I typically don't get them, but if I'm trying new stuff out and I'm not sure if it's going to break my stuff, I have to save like I'm paranoid about it. I ran late today by 8 minutes, so I'm going to run over by 8. I think I'll make sure I get a good 4 hours at least. This has been madness. Okay. Got some stretch geometry I need to fix. Really bad stretching. The Z remesh. Holy smokes. It is technically not finished, but the whole texturing of it is. Like main body of it. I am a happy man. So I have got this area to define. This is a bit puffy in this region. It needs a bit more love as well. This is how strange it looks. In fact, let me go back to that. This weird little bit needs to go. Let me think. I don't want to dyna mesh. Split it and delete it, which puts a hole in it. But if I Z remesh, it's going to kill my detail. I've got to remember. So geometry. Let's see what happens. I've saved it either way. It is Z remeshing right as we speak. Z remesh redistributes the polygons. And I can make it more polygons. I can try and keep as much detail and reduce the polygon count. It takes a minute because it's taken near 1 million, 3/4 of a million polygons and just trying to redistribute them. So if you had a sphere and you grabbed a point of the sphere and pulled it, all those faces, if the sphere was made up of a bunch of squares, if you pulled a point, all those faces get stretched and they're no good to sculpt with. So you Z remesh it, and that point that's stuck out would then get its own set of squares, kind of even flow with it. It's taking a minute. It scares me. That's why we saved. I wonder if it'll finish. Come on. Slow and steady. Come on. It's chugging. Got some downtime. It's done. Okay, so it did absolutely decimate the details. I need to play around with the settings more. That took 2 minutes. Go back. Maybe it's not Z remesh that I need. Maybe it's Dynamesh. Resolution 500. 504, 709. Let's do it. That worked. Gave me a bunch more polygons now. Let's see if I can play with that number. Let's go to 400. And Dynamesh. Close. 380 resolution. 384. Oh, do you know what? I didn't control Z from the last time. There we go. So that's kept it about the same, and it's closed that gap off. So I'll just smooth this nub down. It's not even visible. Not needed. It's a miracle. I'm going to save one more time, I think. I'll call this. This is the 15th iteration. Save that. 2 should be good. I'm pushing the limit, aren't I? Because I'm not really saying that it's lunch at that point. It's pushing a bit on. All I got to do is just set up this print. It might be a bit later. I just want to make sure I get this right. Priorities and all that. So I wouldn't rush. The evenings have been good, but I'll text you about it in a minute here. We'll go to the 15. Ooh. It was tough. Let's have a look at it all. Problem areas, where are they? The inside of the cloak is basically not visible. Hold on a minute. Really close now. Definitely gonna have to do a test print. So I'm going to see what this looks like if I merge all of this down. Actually, merge visible works as well. No, merge down it is. Ooh, okay, so they're in folders, so I can't merge those down. So back and see. Where am I there? So if I select teeth, if this doesn't make it crash, that'd be a miracle. Just keep on going. Let's keep going with this. So Here we go. Drag it out the folder. Let's go time. Boom, that went from 1 to 6 million polys. Here we go. OBJ format. See what that looks like. I am still going. I'm actually merging this all together now, ready for a print. Getting a print ready. It's right in the OBJ right now. It's not done. Tomorrow, like what I want to do is print it, and it'll inform my decision basically to as to what to fix and stuff after seeing it in real time, real life. So I've merged it. Now I need to open up ZBrush, which is the slicing software. See if I run into any issues. Reinstalling the program. Oh, that's a pain in the butt. And I stop streaming now because I'm not sharing the screen. Let's just change it to the entire screen of screen 1. So, no, I don't want to talk to Katana. I want Shitu. I must have deleted it. That's not good. Let's delete it. Let's download it again. Oh, the art. I think I just grabbed it from ArtStation. I got a dual monitor setup, and I was feeling the cyberpunk vibe. I actually can't remember. It's beautiful though. There's another monitor. And it continues. Just want to make sure I definitely got rid of ZBrush. Yeah, where the heck is it? Well, if it's there, I want to freaking open it. Shitu. D drive. ZBrush 1.7. No, I will have to uninstall it. I don't know what's going on. Wish you were there. It's just a matter of opinion. Okay, we're gonna install ZBrush again, I guess. Which is the slicing software that will put this into thousands and thousands of layers. I could go over it actually, just because I'm still streaming. We'll go for the stable version. It's at 1.8, Windows 64. Yeah, I'll definitely be showing the print off because I'm going to print it tonight. Tomorrow I'll have it in my hands. And like I said, what I'll be able to do is actually look at it and go, do you know what? You can't even see this, or this is looking funky, or whatever. So I'll have that to show. And then tomorrow I really will be wrapping up, which is it's insane, really. 4 hours a day, and this is my third day. So I've only done 12, 16 hours. So when I jump to 8-hour days, that's only 2 days worth of sculpting, which is really promising. Because I really don't know how, I didn't know how quick I was going to be. Oh, easy, D drive. Wow. Whoa. If it's the same one that you had, it's a beast, or it was a beast. I played Spore on your machine for a long ass time. I'll see you soon, Cody. I'll text you, man. I'll text you when I've wrapped up and I'm good to go. Do you want to restart the resource manager to achieve the thumbnail effect? Why not? There's a couple of steps I'm forgetting, but we'll see. Oh, God, it will come. It was a beast. Change log, get rid of it. So this is Chi 2. I've got to change the settings so that it knows what printer I have. So I've got the Anycubic Photon, which is all fine. The resin I'm using, I'm just going to say normal. I can price it, so if I want to charge for it, how much does it cost a liter in dollars, pounds, etc. These are all the settings I can play around with. I just want to see if I can bring this in. So we're going to open board game work, arena game, Nami, merged. And this is like a friggin' 16 million. Oh, devastated. That's a hell of a way to kill it off. Oof, it is chugging. So the build plate is 5 inches by, what is it, 5 by something? Let me crack it out. There's a tub full of all my, like the supports, if you like. They go on my little support bin. But if I show the build plate, this thing, this is the build plate. Oh, it's got a bit of resin on it. I should probably clean that up. Which is represented right now on the game screen, on the monitor. And I think I have my little tape measure. On your bugger. Yeah, it's just over 5 inches by 3 inches. So right now, that sculpt is tiny. For me to scale it properly, what I do is 32mm base is what I wanted to go off of. So when I click on this, whoa, I can look at the scale, and it is in millimeters. And if we look, so long as she isn't wider than the actual base, which I don't think she is, it's telling me that in the X, it is 10 millimeters, and I want it 32. So if I keep everything scaled the same, No, 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 no. What am I on about? Keep it at 0. That is not the scale. It is saying that it is 6.9 millimeters. And I want 32. And there we go. No, that can't be right. No, maybe it is actually. So that's a 32 mil. So she's a good chunk. Is she really 32? Yeah, she probably is. She's not wider than the base, so the claws might be, but it's still close. So there's a lot of trickery now. We need to add supports to it, and this is where the game gets tricky, and I'll have to do it multiple times probably. You can't have islands. Am I able to show you an example of that? Yes, I am. I take this and I rotate it. Let's put it this way. So if we're printing this layer by layer, we go from the bottom, it'll go up and 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 up. This is an island. By the time we get to this point where the leg is and this base is, this is just going to suddenly emerge out of nowhere when we get to this layer, like this very first layer. And that will just be a failed print. So it needs to start, it'll have a support that goes up to that point. Another thing I've learned, which is kind of nuts, is big discs like this. If I have like this plate will hold resin that won't cure properly. It literally acts like a dish, and resin will like not cure and it'll be awful and bumpy. So you always want to be able to make sure the resin can always run. So most people angle like that. I feel like, and this is what's also crazy, is this is the plate. If a heavy thing is on the end, it might pull it off the plate because of the sheer weight. I think with this one, it's tiny enough that it's not gonna, but if I was making a huge dragon or something, but just for giggles, I'm gonna put a base down at an angle about there. And then I'm gonna raise her up in the Z just to get the support. So I want to move it back to get it centered. I can then go over to the supports and I'm going to generate medium supports. We'll do auto for now. Boop. Yeah, it can be misleading. It does look big, but if the thing's 5 inches wide, yeah, and that goes to show me these supports are tiny. Like I was showing them you earlier. These supports that you're seeing on the screen are some more. So she probably is. It's just misleading. But you get the idea. And as I hover over it, you see these black outlines that show each layer as we go up. And like I was saying, you needed a support here. Pretty insane. It never gets it right first time, and there's no harm in over supporting. You just want to make sure that it definitely works. I think it's done a pretty good job, though, I'm not going to lie. I think I kind of just do this and see if there's any islands that I spot. Not really. They got the ear. This ear might have one. The horn is facing upwards, so no island there. The tail, not bad. You could stick a hole in the plate too. You have drainage. Easy there, Bill. I might just be lazy right now and call that. So I'll slice it right now. I'll show really quick before I wrap up. So slice right here. Takes a minute. It's literally slicing each layer from top to bottom, including the supports. So it's awesome. I didn't put pricing in, but it thinks it's going to cost 16 cents to print, which is not true. It weighs 5.9 grams and 5.32 milliliters of volume. And it's telling me it's going to take 2 hours and 30, but I actually didn't. I need to change some settings to get it extra special, which is, where was that? Settings right here. So 0.02, and this will substantially increase the print time. Bottom layer count. So the first few layers you want to harden extra hard so that it sticks to the plate. You want to like almost bake it on there. I have to peel it off with a spatula. If I don't do enough bottom layers and it's weak, it'll just flop off. So 12 layers. The normal exposure time, the light will be on for 9 seconds each layer, but on that bottom layer, it's going to be on for 70 seconds, where it really, like I said, super bakes it on. I don't know if it's overkill or not, but that I can leave, like I'll print that and walk away, and I'll know that it's not going to fall off. Some of the light off delays and the speeds, it's literally literally the speed that it lifts up and down and stuff. I don't really play with that too much. Exposure is 9. That's not too bad. So yeah, it's going to be this layer height. So I've changed it to 0.02, which is going to be insane. And my dog is trying to show me love again. Almost done, buddy. Blah, blah, blah. I don't really care about anti-aliasing because we're going so skinny. So now we slice it. Now let's see. It's going to be a lot longer than 2 hours. No, buddy. You'll trip up. Oh, good boy. You're a sleepy head now. Come on. So now it's telling me 11 hours and 45 minutes. So that's too much. So stop it. Hey, no. The thickness of each layer. Is that? Damn, this dog. No. Almost pulled my damn head off. Damn it, do I just leave it for friggin' 12 hours? I feel like that's super overkill. I wonder if I'm getting mixed up. I'm gonna Google it just to make sure. Smallest layer height of a cubic photon. Yeah, people are saying the 0.2 takes 16 hours, whereas the 0.5 is 4.5 hours, which is a huge. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. It'll literally be done midnight tonight, so I'm gonna keep it at that. This is why it's like heartbreaking, because if this fails, yeah, we'll do it. I'm gonna slice it once more. If it fails, it fails. I'll learn my lesson. And then what's super cool now? No. Come on. 0.02. So it's going to be a hell of a lot of layers. Was a Friday night. Do you know what? I'm being stupid, aren't I? I am just going to change it to 0.5 because this is just a prototype. I don't care about the fidelity of the details in this particular print. I think it's going to serve me better if I just have it as a measuring stick almost. Yeah, so this is 5 hours. That's more manageable. But this is what's cool, right? So this is how it starts, and we build it out. This is me going through the layers. So all the supports. Oh, that's not good. That is hollow. Don't want that. That'll trap resin. Okay. The rest of it is solid though, which is good to a certain degree. Like an X-ray. Okay. So yeah, that being hollow is not good. What's my age again? What's my age again? Okay. I forget how to do that. I don't really want to hollow it. I'll troubleshoot it. I'm going to, I think I'm going to wrap it there. I'll get some food. We'll see what I need to do there. I'll do some Googling. It'll print fine, but what will happen is if this is hollow, liquid resin will get stuck inside and it'll end up making it like crack up and stuff. So I could put a hole just, yeah, you know what? I will. 1, 2, 3. Just to drain it. Don't need that kind of depth though. $1 mil. So we put a hole in it for drainage. What's really funny about this is it'll actually take the hole that is cut, put it there, I don't need it. But that lets the liquid resin drain. So when I cure it with UV light or sunlight, it won't break. So I can get rid of it. So they give you this plug because if I then wanted to cover that hole back up, I could plug it back up, but I don't need that. So I am going to try and slice this now. One last time, and then yeah, I will call it quits. Thanks for hanging out, Wilco. It's always a lot better chatting. I think if I wasn't streaming, I'd be on the phone to someone or something, or singing at the top of my lungs. Let's see if this hole works. There's the hole. Right there, so I can drain. Perfect. Perfect. I'll save it. Nami sliced. That's a one fine day. And that'll do it. Yeah, it was. It really is. It's cool. We chilled out a lot, actually, downtime wise. Does feel the same. Feels like the 10-year gap never happened. Ooh, but yeah, I'll have this printed hopefully, and I'll either be sharing the sad news that it wasn't successful or that it's a good leaping off point to wrap this up tomorrow. So I'll catch you soon, man. And whoever else is watching, I know we have one other person that seems to be watching on Facebook and a Twitch streamer too, Twitch stream. But yeah, thanks. I'll speak to you tomorrow, man. Let's have our fingers crossed.